that fixed it. Babink is live. Almost there, y'all. Almost. Ban it, ban it, ban it, but that'll balance down. All right, let's go on in here and see if this is gonna work. Man, that guy's noodling. I think it's working. I hear music. It looks like the Xiphon's now playing is working again. Am I a little loud? Nah. It looks fine. I'll come down just a little bit, maybe. How about right there? It's still a little loud. You know, I listen back to these streams at night, and sometimes they're my voice a little like peaky. I think that's good right there. I like the idea of being able to hear the narration and the music. Is that gonna work? Is our stream elements broken? Oh, don't you do this now, camera. Oh boy, his stream elements busted. Let's see. I didn't see if it came through. Maybe the bots ain't listening yet. Let's do this. You'd think my phone would know Redeem Popcat by now. Let's watch it. Let's watch it for a second. It's broken. It's broken. We're gonna switch to the other computer. You know, I find it really, really interesting. I find it extremely interesting that things can break so bad in between having it on and turning the computer off. Let's mute that. Let's try to fix stream elements real quick. I'll pull up one of these in the meantime. I was about to cancel the stream over technical difficulties, to tell you all the truth. Let's give y'all one of these to stare at in the meantime. What you think, like a 15? I think a 15. We'll do this. There you go. All right, let's log into Stream Elements and see if we can fix this thing real quick. Like, Stream Elements. I don't get why it breaks. All right, let's see if we can find our dashboard. Wait, it's not Stream Elements, it's Streamlabs, isn't it? It's Streamlabs. Log in. Oh, see, I'm not logged in. It logged me out. You cheeky little bag. I started to call it a dirty word and I censored myself. Howdy y'all, welcome. I see you in the chat. I see that folks have left the chat. We'll get there, we'll get there. Alright. Alright, we're re-logged in. We are re-logged in. Okay. Let's try it. Let's try it now. Let's try running what are we gonna run? We're gonna run a cloud bot. That's what we'll run. That way we can see them immediately. We know that the bot is listening in chat. We just don't know that it's working properly. All right, let's give it a go. How about some hot butter? Redeem. Well, butter my biscuits. Booyaka chow, we fixed it. You know, you just gotta log back in when all the things timed out and logged you out, even though they shouldn't be logging you out. All right, I think we're up to speed then. And we're gonna hit, we're gonna go back to Paint Stream Capture, which is right there. We also need to mute this mic. Testing the mic, testing the mic. Yes, testing the mic. Waiting to hear audio. I guess I have it muted, so I can't actually test the mic without getting up. So I'm gonna go get up. Unmute this thing so I can hear it. All right. Okay, we're 10 minutes into the stream. And nobody's here. So I'll wait on my show and tell. To see if folks come back. All right. Well, that's disheartening there. All right. Okay. Well, welcome to Country Fried Minis. Paint stream here in the Bullshit Corner 2.0. Today we're going to be painting on these killer bees, trying to get caught up for the challenge mechs. I've been challenged to paint. I do have a whole bunch of shit I was going to show off, but it looks like nobody's here, so I will wait. Not nobody. I see you, Mr. Tobias. But I also see it's just you. So I think we're just gonna dig into painting on these boys. I'm having to clean my desk with acetone because my alcohol still isn't here. Honestly, the plan now is to get caught up, and we're gonna paint some stripes on these boys and get their cockpit jeweling. Bare minimum, I need to have this thing done. We're supposed to do a chassis review by the end of the stream. We'll give it, I don't know. We'll go for about a half hour to see if anyone shows up. And then if not, we'll switch over to just a Discord hangout. Instead of streaming. But welcome. Welcome to Country Fried Minis. Welcome to the corner. An update for folks, I am woefully behind. I have 400,000 models to paint. I have commissions to work on. I have challenge mechs to work on. I have 3 videos to get out, and they should have already been out. It's rough. It's rough. I'm stressing on it, and to be honest, I would rather be sleeping. But we're gonna get stuck in, and we're gonna try to get caught up. We're gonna try to finish these boys today. And that way we can do a review of people's submissions. There were a few submissions. I think that this is unfortunately 2 weeks in a row where the paint challenge is really underpopulated and under enthusiastic, so we're going to cancel that. We just do not have the population base to support such an idea. Yeah, sad, but we'll try again. We'll try to grow the community a little bit and get some more folks in on it. If you're out there and you want to get in on fun paint sharing and perhaps paint challenges, contests and whatnot, consider joining the Country Fried Minis Discord. And actually, this is a call to action for any new folks out there. If you find this via the algorithm, let me know in the comments, because I have a sneaking suspicion that we're actually completely dead in the water, and that YouTube is not really putting it out there. That said, our D&D stream last night on TTRPG Tuesday went pretty well for a TTRPG Tuesday. But I am seeing low numbers. So we may see a shift back to less streaming, more painting here real soon. Okay, so on the models. We have gotten the first pass of contrast paint. This is Imperial Fist contrast paint to get our yellow. I like Imperial Fist because it's got like a nice orangey tone in the shadows. We may go back through and use a really thin version of it to put some depth next to the stripes. And we've also been working with a little bit of GW Contrast Black Legion to work on the second mech. I was working on these last Tuesday night and ended up just like crashing out, burning out real bad. We're glitching again. All right, of course we are. Computer, dude. All right, reset that camera. Oh, computer's locked up. You back, computer? You back, computer? Looks like it's back. I swear, every time I turn off this PC, it loses like 1% of its performance. It's honestly just like rolling the dice to see whether or not it's gonna boot up and run. All right, so step one, I think I want to get the stripes on these fellers. I figure if I'm gonna paint one, I might as well paint a lance and toss them up on the eBay store. So we're gonna start with a little bit of contrast, Black Legion paint. Is that camera glitching again already? I don't know. All right, we'll give this about 20 minutes. We'll give this about 20 minutes. See if things pick up. I know it's kind of people get sick of the bitching about numbers and algorithms and whatnot, and it's going around YouTube, but I think we may be dead in the water. And you know what? That's fine. That's hunky-dory. If that's the case, so be it. We do fun stuff on the Discord anyways. Alright, so I think we're gonna match this pattern on all the mechs. It might be a little difficult on the ones without arms to try and match this whole thing. We probably just do the single stripe across the upper arm and it'll work the same way. But what we have is foot, shin, thigh, waist, and then kind of the top. That's what we're going to go for here too. Basically, we're going to lay down this foundational and initial striping, and then we're going to need to go back in and refine it. Salute the sun. Somebody's messaging me. My phone's right there. Oh, someone bothering me. Someone bothering me. What is this? We do have some submissions. I'd like to get to the end of the stream and review those. We'll see. But like I said, if we go another half hour and it's as dead as it is, I'm just going to switch over to a Discord hangout and we'll do that instead. I gotta admit, y'all, it kind of sucks at this point. Streaming in the beginning, not caring about if anybody was there and just doing the thing was one thing. But now talking to the void seems kind of pointless. That could just be the burnout talking, though, to be honest. perhaps the lack of sleep. Alright, so we want to be really, really careful with this stuff. The problem is, if you spill over at all with this black contrast paint on the yellow, it's going to be really, really hard to correct your mistakes later. And I'm already kind of facing that a bit with the Battlemaster. I think what we're going to have to do is go back in with a little bit of white. On some of the mess up points, some of the sections where it's not so crisp and clean, paint them white, and then we'll do like I don't know, like an orangey brown kind of shade next to those black stripes. And see, like right there, I just got fucking black paint from the side of my brush on the top of this piece, so I'm gonna have to correct that later. All right, let's sketch out a stripe here. Yes, ads, I love you. Let's refresh this, make sure it's caught up. Howdy. Howdy, Iron Elemental. Good to see some bit of life out there. I was just stating about how it's kind of dead, and I'm thinking if it doesn't pick up, we'll just hang out in the Discord instead. So, a little low energy in here right now. We are striping our B-boys. These are going to be painted up for the eBay store. They were originally for the challenge. My Battlemaster, the challenge mech, what, 2 weeks ago? I was unable to meet my assignment last week. Colon bees are the size of Mechs. This is canon. Let's see if that comes through. Is this one also broken? The other overlay was broken. Yeah, I think it's broken too. I think it's broken too. So we're gonna go back to the other computer and we're gonna try to fix this. Give me a second.
Iron Elemental donated a $2.02 super chat. Colon bees are the size of Mechs. This is canon.
Yeah, of course I'm muted. Awesome. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. It's just ridiculous. Hello and welcome, Frank M. Welcome. I'm actually on the edge of shutting it down today because things are broken, and yeah, let's log out. Let's re-log in over here. I'm dealing. Oh, I'm dealing with technical difficulties that have sprung up at, now, naturally. Things look not broken to you. That's because they are broken. Stream Elements is broken. Streamlabs was broken at the start of the stream, but it was a dead stream at the moment. All right, connection successful. I've reconnected. It says I've reconnected, but the SE Live page is not up. I just have to sit back and wait for this thing to do its thing. And I have to wait for it to connect. Y'all can't see it because I don't do the capture here. All right, let's see if our Stream Elements works now. We're going to try to replay your thing here, I think. And this fucking camera, oh my God. Yeah, Stream Elements is broken. Like, what's the problem? I don't know what's wrong. I don't know how to fix it. Let's go back to the other computer briefly. Can I refresh this thing somehow? Let's try leaving this. There it goes.
Iron Elemental donated a $2.02 super chat. Bees are the size of mechs. This is canon.
Yay! All right. Yeah, it only... So I need to clean up the sticky on this desk real quick. All right, now that people are actually here, I will show off a few things, a few items for show and tell today. But when I was talking about it earlier, there was only one person in chat, so I held off. I wanted to share a few things. For one, I was recently sent a package with a bunch of stuff from a pair of subscribers, a pair of contributors, administrators. My admins here know whomst I'm talking about. And in that set were these fabulous Country Fried Minis mercenaries. Gifted to me, and I thought they deserved a moment in the sun to show off this fun little set. Happy little puma. The Atlas, big old Atlas with the Death's face, and then a little Oni Lab freehand on the side. I recall seeing these getting worked on like a year ago. Never thinking that they would come to me. Next up on the agenda is I picked up a blue card Viper. And you know what? It's already kind of open, so let's just pull this thing out and let you guys see. Let's get rid of these elementals. This is an unseen black python. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this thing, but we were looking at them on eBay the other day, and I happened to pick up this chicken walker for a decent price after seeing their ridiculous value as an unseen. And it looks like everything's here. We've got the body, legs. We've got the fins. I think this thing is supposed to be an antenna, maybe, or is this just a piece of pencil lead? I can't tell if this is metal or, yeah. I think this is meant to be the antenna. It goes right on top like that, maybe. I don't see another piece that would be an antenna, but that's gonna make for a fun paint up sometime soon. We can do some content about the unseens. Definitely more content soon. That goes a little bit hand in hand with my lamentations about dead streams as of late. We're gonna focus more on getting the videos out here soon. Check that out. Old school Ralph Partha Packard. All right, cool. And that does leave one more item that I think you guys all might like to see. Let me put some address censoring on it really quick. Censor some addresses. Let's use some of these more lecherous stickers that aren't video appropriate. Those are fine. Bear with me, bear with me. Come on. Peel, sticker, peel. I think that does it, actually. Alright. One lady was enough. Let's get in here and cut into this package. And y'all can see what unhinged thing I have decided to pick up. Alright, so I think you guys might like this one. Oh yes, ads, cool. All right, so you guys know that the intro scene, the frying of the model, is something I've been talking about replacing for a little while now. And I wanted to deep fry a fun model for it, and I had originally bought this blue card Mad Cat to fry. I think it could be fun. We may still yet do it, but I found something even better. It's not a blue card. That's the opening to this thing. It's not a blue card, but it is ancient. That, y'all, is a Ralpartha MAD3R Marauder, still in blister. And we're going to pull this thing out, assemble, paint it, lovingly restore, and we're gonna deep fry it. So I think that'll be really fun. Well worth doing. Okay, and with that, we can actually get back to work. If I can find my paintbrush, we're gonna dig in. We're gonna try to get caught up on our challenge mech today. And by the end of the stream, whenever we get around to the end, we'll review the submissions. There's been a few really nice ones. Despite the low number of entrants, there have been a few really enthusiastic individuals playing along with the weekly challenge mech over on the CFM Discord. If you'd like to get in on it, make sure you're over there on the Discord. And in the meantime, let's get back to painting some bees. Colon bees are the size of mechs. I mean, is that, does canonicity to the super chat carry over from paint streams? MAD3R, yeah, exactly. I think that we could maybe do the Natasha Kerensky episode about that thing. Who are notable pilots? Shit, let's check it. Let's check who are notable Marauder pilots. Let's do that. Marauder, Thorno. Let's see, y'all. It is iconic. We're looking for notable pilots. There's related. Notable pilots. Let's do it. Who do we got here? Grayson Carlisle would be an option. It is interesting that Natasha Kerensky's not here, because she did indeed pilot a Marauder before it became the Bounty Hunter. So we might paint up Natasha Kerensky in a black Marauder. That could be fun. Either that or we'll do, not really sure. If y'all have any ideas for what would be a good iconic Marauder, that'd be fun. I could see doing Grayson Carlisle. That'd be a decent choice. Okay. So what we're doing now is still the same striping. And unfortunately with this paint scheme, this is the tedious part. We just want to block out these areas. We'll block out the areas, then we'll go back in and we'll like do corrections. I think is the plan. go back and do corrections, some sponge chipping. I've got little bits of battle damage that I've carved into these mechs on a few of them. Well, I think just 2 of them actually. This guy's got hits on the leg and shoulder, and then our catapult has some impacts along the back and across the top of the leg. We might try to do those as like hot melted metal, at least on the catapult. Who piloted your big marauder in that rap video? That's Colin McLaren, the man who never lied. That's Kerensky's right-hand man, MAD3R. Stock standard, but she meets my every need. Under heavy laser fire, they bleed and they bleed and they bleed. I've got some lyrics in the work. Do that again, but with Natasha Kerensky. Just have been hoping for a nice model for Natasha Kerensky. We might have to I have an artist in mind, but it may be a need to commission them situation, and I have no idea where that pricing is going to start. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing that we did for this guy, and it's like it's the missile launcher and it's the shoulders and it's the top of the head. So I think we'll do the cutoff right here. So let's block in that line first. Right here. And then that's going to come around the back to about right here, it looks like. So we'll go ahead and block that in at back here. Right across the top of that. Right underneath these things here. And I fucked up again. I keep hitting these, keep getting blobs of paint down when I'm working on the lines, and because it's black, I just have to increase the size of the stripe. It's going to be hard to correct for, but we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. It'll be a good opportunity to see what it takes to like problem solve and correct. At least it's a really simple paint job in the grand scheme of things. And once we have the foundational stripes laid down, it should be smooth sailing from there. We'll get these boys looking nice. I think there's a lot we can do with the chipping, with the weathering later. I'm going to put a lot of emphasis on the cockpit jeweling and the metallic work. If we get too far along in the process and start running out of time, we'll just focus on the Battle Master and do the freehand. price indication should be free at least. Maybe we can all chip in and reach a fun collab goal. Yeah, maybe. So the artist I have in mind does like a community petition for like what the monthly releases are going to be. So I've submitted Natasha Karinsky as an option already. We shall see where it goes from there. I'm still holding out hope and with fingers crossed that we could maybe convince said artist to create something fun as part of the monthly Patreon releases. And if not, we'll look into pricing and see if we could talk this artist into doing a super sexy Natasha Karinsky. I think we need it. We need someone to do it, surely, right? A solid Battletech pinup? Oh man. Would that not be glorious to have? I'm trying to think who else would warrant like a good pinup. Kai, maybe? A fucking super hunky Anastasius Focht, maybe? That'd be silly. All right, okay. 2 of our 4 mechs down for striping. I think what we'll do now is we're gonna put a drop of fluid retarder into our contrast paint so it lasts a little longer. And we're going to go to town on the catapult, and then the locust should be really, really simple after that. So much less surface area. So let's get in here, and like with the last ones, we're going to start with the feet. That has done a little too much thinning, I think. 1 drop may have been too much for that puddle. Salute the sun. Yeah, that was just a waste. Any of those bad 80s artwork lady portraits as a pinup would be amazing. Yeah. Jule Marshagama would be a good one. She was Miss Ningpo 3018. We're going to reapply our black since that single drop of retarder completely ruined it. I can't believe it thinned it so much. You know, it's wild. The re-up price of GW's contrast paints just makes me so reticent to use large amounts. When we were working on Squirrel Girl, I basically used like $11 worth of paint on her. Because I was shooting it through the airbrush. And that's if you can get it at the reasonable price. I know the perfect pinup Dwayne Luce cosplaying as a sexy anime waifu version of one of his own sketches. Holy fuck, that's so like big brain. And you know what? Mr. Luce has a look to him. It would work. Oh, let me see if I can pull up a picture of Dwayne Luce for y'all. I could see it. I could see Mr. Luce. I could see Mr. Luce in like dressed up as sexy anime version of one of his drawings, like with the big shoulder pads and like the Hawaiian print shirt sticking out and the haircut and the goatee. Oh, it'd be so good. Yeah, I think you're right, Mr. Nate. That'd be really good. Really, really silly. Best artist in Battletech, hands down. I could see him dressed up as the what's it called? The Grand Crusader. Doing a big step. Real thick. Stupidly thick, really round, quite curvaceous, but then with his head sticking out the top. Clean crop top. And the goatee. We mustn't forget the goatee. Alright, so we want a stripe now underneath the, like right underneath the knee. So I think we'll do it right here-ish. Just gonna do this without screwing it up too bad. You know, this looks really simple to do. I assure y'all it is not. It's proven to be quite challenging. Get nice clean lines. I thought doing caution stripes was bad. Alright, and we want just a little bit of the leg above the shin armor. The proportions have to stay as loose as the reference. Yes, I agree. I'm on board with this. Okay. Other side now. We go across the top of these. The line is like right to the middle of this panel back here. Right across that. Oh, I tell y'all what, I am so ready to get out of this tedious step. This start doing some cleanup. Wherever we end at, though, is where we end at. All right, let me take just a second, y'all. As my hair is dried out, it's getting more frizzy. I need to tame it with a hair tie real quick. We'll be right back. Just need to go find a hair tie, and I think I know where it is. I was hoping to just leave my hair down today, because it was nice and tame and under control. Right when I got out of the shower, it's just steadily frizzed up. All right, so same deal here. We're gonna go mid-thigh. So I think to do that is we'll do a stripe that kind of runs across right here. The thing is, we kind of want to disregard panels, if that makes any sense. We want to come in here and we want to disrupt assumptions. So like running right across round areas or cutting off panels right in the middle. Take those expectations and just like toss them out. I'm also trying not to get it on areas where I don't want it. And that has proven so difficult to do. Just staying inside the lines, you know, it's rough at the best of times. Boom. So across that and across there. We're basically cutting off like a fifth of these circular elements. Okay. It's a little easier once you have like the outlines applied. I think what we'll do is we'll go back in and we'll clean up with white, and then we'll do like some kind of orangey yellow glaze. Kind of butted right up next to the black stripes. Buzz, buzz, little bro. Yeah, something like that. They are the killer bees. do we do for striping on this one, though? I think this one actually gets to avoid having black on top. I'm gonna mute this phone. Why don't this thing let me turn off vibration? There we go. All right, so because this thing is headless, we don't really have a spot to apply the top. And I think what we'll do instead is just run a stripe that divides this torso in half, just straight up. Or like right there is fine. So kind of down the middle of this right here. Right across the top of that laser port. And I went outside the line, so now I have to expand the entire thing. Just the tiniest little slip, and you gotta make it way bigger. Apologize. It seems like talking is making my throat seize up with phlegm. I wonder if something is in bloom in the city. What would their little brother be? They're machines. They don't have siblings. Probably this locust. Which of course is modeled wrong. This locust is modeled with a machine gun here and then lasers there. And it should be the other way around. I'm talking about true. There's no truth, there's only subjective reality. All right. Get these bees going. This is taking ages. Been at this for about an hour of striping now. I'm hoping that once we get out of this striping step that it'll start going a little more smoothly. But I didn't have to clear my throat every 3 words though. This is really annoying. I'm gonna go gargle some water, I guess, and try to get that under control. Be right back. Coming back. Maybe that deep gargle will do the thing. Subjective existence still allows for truth, possibly the only truth there can be, personal truth. I mean, is anything real? Of course, we can't even explore those topics without getting into, like, the problem of hard solipsism, and then hard solipsism sucks because there is no answer for it. There is no refutation of it. So, like, you kind of have to you have to presuppose that the reality in which you experience is actual factual reality, and that the entities you encounter in your day-to-day life are also real. And I mean, she can hear it and she can see it. So it must be real, right? But, you know, even that, you have to assume she's real. I'm not real, just a voice in the back of your mind shouting, I'm old. No. No. See, I don't believe that, Mr. Nate, because I know that sometimes in the conversations about the old, I also hear meow, which assumes that meow is real as well. Alright, so we're going to do a big stripe down the side of these missile launchers. I think we're going to go metallic with the inside, so we're not too worried about that. I think the inside of the launchers is going to be like a cream color, so we're not too worried about that. But we are worried about the case also having a black stripe. So I need to try and match that black stripe across these that a-going. And the inside, we're gonna do like I don't know, like a Xandri dust color maybe. Kind of suggestive that these guys have like a dusty brown primer. Something like that. Let's get the inside of that too right there. Pow, and we'll do the other one, and then we're ready to move on to patterning our locust. Actually, you know, looking at this, our band here is thicker than our band here, so we're gonna widen this. I'm gonna widen this a little bit down to the top of this thing here, like that. Make it a nice thicker band. We'll go back in with the metallics after this, so. That's my cat, she's old too. Yes, 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 yes. We're talking about, oh yes, subjective reality and whether or not you exist. But, you know, that there is cat is indicative of the reality of your existence. Of course, we also get into the depths of like assuming that cats are real. And do we know that for a fact? Do we know cats exist? Are cats even real? Can it be shown? I know they're made of liquid. And that is unusual. Okay, so we just about have our black striping done on the catapult, and then that just leaves the locust. We can go to like the cleanup step, and I'm really looking forward to that. This one is especially in need of it. We've got a few little spots that have spillover that are gonna need a little love. Like right here, I don't think I can actually get a paintbrush in there without making a huge fucking mess. So we're gonna have to clean that part up. Trying though. Trying to keep it as clean as possible. It's just, I mean, it's black, so like the slightest little mistake creates a ruinous spread of color. It's going to be really, really problematic to go back and correct. All right. So we just have this section right here. Can't even remember who challenged me to killer bees. But you know what? I'll meet this challenge head on. And then I'll sell these on eBay. If any of y'all out there want them, make sure to go on eBay and throw an offer up. Cats definitely don't exist. Tragabari Katsa. I feel like you just had me say a magic incantation of some sort. And I'm afraid now. What does that even mean? Okay. Can we get this thing done in time? It's already 1:30. I think we can maybe make it happen. We gotta go with kind of smaller stripes here, I think. About like that size. The entirety of this section right here. Get our locust done up. A little bit right here. We'll go back in, we'll correct with the white. We're gonna have to. Portable kitty cat from Germany. Ah, yes. I know what you're talking about now. Yes, yes, yes. This is a video. But wait, aren't all cats portable? You could just pick up kitty cat. I'm a big believer in picking up kitty cat, you know. Even cats who like don't want to be picked up, you kind of. I believe in this method. You pick kitty up and you set kitty down, and you do that a lot, especially with cats that like kind of rebel against it and get like kind of upset when you pick them up. You see kitty cat, you pick up kitty cat, you set kitty cat down. And you do this a lot, and you do it all the time, every time you see kitty cat. And eventually kitty cat starts to trust you. And eventually kitty cat relaxes. Kitty cat starts to purr when you pet on it. You just gotta make the cat safe, make the cat feel safe, make the cat feel like it's in control, especially when they don't want it. No, yeah, I agree, especially when they don't want it. Cats are like, actual cats don't know what they want. Look at any average cat when it tells you it wants to go outside and then you open the door. What's it do? It just turns around. Or you let kitty outside and then it immediately turns around and comes back in. Cats don't know what they want. What cat actually wants is safety and warmth and a nice warm computer to sit on. That's what cat actually wants. And sometimes you gotta let cat know that it's safe by picking it up when it don't want to be picked up and setting it back down. You teach kitty that it can trust you. All right, Redeem Thug, is it going to work? Is that one also broken? Is it broken again? It looks like it might be broken again. That one's working.
Comstar Knight donated a $1.99 super chat. Test. Why you
Eyes are the best. Eyes are the best. Thank you for the donation, Comstar, and the test did work. Let's see if we can fix. So I already fixed this. I already fixed the Streamlabs. I've already fixed this once.
Comstar Nike donated a $1.99 super chat. Test again.
I. Yes, thank you so much. Can someone do a... Here, I'll do it, actually. I'll do it now. Alright, is this going to work this time? It worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. I had to refresh the cache. So, this is the stuff I'm talking about. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed on this machine at all since the last time I did a paint stream. There have not been any software updates. I assume that like some kind of data on the websites maybe got logged out. It is frustrating. I just need to work it into the routine, I suppose, that every time you boot up OBS, you need to log out of everything and log back in. And you need to unplug the cameras and plug them back in. It is seriously every time now. Something goes wrong. Like the same things don't break every time, but something breaks every time you run it. I think the worst, or the most consistent thing that breaks is the Brio camera. It has to have the signal reset every time I boot up the computer. Pretty consistently. Otherwise it does like that really bad glitching where the shot jumps all over the place. Okay, our little locust has stripes on the legs. Now this one's going to be interesting because I think the body will get the same treatment that our catapult did, but it's basically right in line with the arms already. We maybe ought to treat it as one line. I really don't know. Let's do our black stripe about right there. So it's going to cut across the cockpit and underneath it. It's about halfway on the arms. So we'll have it go right there. We'll have it come out the back right here. Could be something like an SQL certificate expired or something. Yeah, perhaps. What fixed Stream Elements was to force it to refresh. There's a setting in OBS to force a refresh whenever the scene loads, and then leave the scene and come back. And it fixed that. The Streamlabs fixed by manually forcing a refresh of the cache. It's hard to get floored if your shots are jumping all over the place. Is that a drinking thing? You talking like doing shots of tequila? Like, how am I supposed to get drunk if I can't even pick up the shot glass? Because it's jumping all over the place? Nate and I were talking about that. You guys talk? You guys are real? Yeah, it's, you know, on one hand, I'm glad we're dealing with it now. It's really pessimistic about this stream right at the beginning. A bunch of stuff was going wrong. Just about pulled the plug on it right before y'all showed up. Once your reaction speed gets too inhibited, you have to sober up to catch the next one. Yes. Nathan and I talked about it in voice chat earlier. SQL certificates? Wait, does that mean you're in the hobby space talking work? Ew. Coming in and talking shop. Wait. I can't have that attitude. Because any hobby talk I do is talking shop. Touche, Comstar, touche. Alright, we're just about done with the black striping, and I couldn't be happier about it. This is Locust Labs Sprinter, by the way. You guys are unaware. I don't know if this is the first model that Locust Labs did. It is definitely one of the early ones. Check them out on My Mini Factory or Patreon. Ah, yes. Ads. Lovely. OBS issues. You're an OBS issue. That's not true. You're not an OBS issue. You're a feature. Yeah, it's good stuff. It never works consistently. Something always goes wrong. You have to turn everything off and on again every time you run it. But, you know, it does do what it tells you it does. It allows you to broadcast to a stream key. With open source software for free. So it does what it says it does on the label. Can I really hate on it if it does all that? Not really. Okay, so now that we have our stripes down, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back in with a little bit of white. We're gonna clean up the edges of some of these stripes. So we'll do about 2 drops of white. We're going to come back in with a single drop of clean water right on top. Actually going to hydrate our palette a little more. It looks a little dry.
Yeah. Would you do a workout?
Do I work
Give
out?
me 10.
Okay.
I'm going.
Bye, everyone.
Goodbye,
I can go on
everyone.
forever.
Thank you, Mr. Nathan. Push-ups. Push-ups. Set 1. Means I got about 7 minutes. Alright, so we're going to stir up our freshly thinned white. We come in here, we're going to start cleaning up edge work. Gonna clean up a few spots here and there. Try to make these lines as crisp as possible. Anywhere we see like really bad spillover or like super rough edges, we're gonna come in and we're gonna just clean it with the white. This edge is a little rough here. I almost feel like we should probably just outline all of them, to be honest. We're going for that effect anyways. Yeah, let's just outline everything. Gonna outline all the stripes. I think it's the way. Because we're gonna come back in with like an orangey yellow wash and clean up those edges. And anywhere we have spillover as well, we'll also get that love. Just want to make sure our stripes are nice and clean. And of course, I'm just making this up as I go. You know, just kind of thinking about the process and doing what I can to achieve like a derived result. Honestly, I kind of like what the white is looking like already. It's a fun effect. Do we leave that? Do we just stick with it? I don't know if y'all can even see what's going on here. But I kind of like it. Like, I know these are all supposed to be highlighted too. Just don't know how much work I'm going to put in on them. I think what we're going to do, we're going to get these kind of done, like mostly done, at least for the photograph. And then I'll do an enamel wash over top, and they'll go in the eBay store afterwards. Damn, that looks kind of cool. You guys got to let me know if I keep the stripes or not. 'Cause I think it looks kind of fucking dank, to be honest. It almost reminds me of like a fuzzy quality. We'll think about it more as we go. I was definitely thinking like a darker border between the yellow and the black. That looks pretty damn cool. I don't know if y'all can even really see that. Let's see if we can. Let's bring the Brio in a little bit. You see like the white. I think it looks cool. Let's bring the Brio back out. Come out to there-ish. Cool. New challenge thread is open. Nice. Actually, the challenge this week, I kind of want to take Mr. Miles's idea and issue an ad hoc challenge to everybody to paint a floral mech. Whether you're doing it like the white plate with the flowers on it, or you're doing like a canon color scheme like the 6 Crucis Lancers. I like Miles's idea, and I think we should stick with that one. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good, honestly. I think it's striking. Plus, it's gonna get kind of... It's really gonna get modified anyways once we start doing the sponge chipping. What else do they need to be killer bees? So we do the stripes, we do the metallics, we do the sponge chipping, we do the freehanding. Other order actually. Freehanding first. And then lens jeweling, I think we'll go like blue cockpits. That'll be the thing then, making it official. Yeah, I like the idea. I really want to show solidarity to Mr. Miles. And if everybody does a floral mech and scans them in photogrammetry style, I think they'll look really good. I think what we should do for issuing challenges then is to pick people's chassis and leave it open to like interpretation on how they want to do flowers. One option I did point out, I was talking with someone about it, is the Davion 6 Crucis Lancers are a good option. They are they're your typical Davion green, like the field green, the the drab, the military green, and they have green and yellow accents, and then they're painted. They're either painted with flowers or have actual flowers all over their mech. So that is a solid option. I think I want to do the full like porcelain plate style. That someone was me. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I recall now, Mr. Mental. All right. Okay. All right, y'all. Yay or nay on the on leaving the white stripes? I think it looks kinda. I think it works. It somehow makes it look even more bee-like. This one's fun because the white stripe goes right across the frame. I mean, the white stripes are going on regardless. Like, we still have to do it on all of them. But I might clean it up and remove it if y'all think it's bad looking. Go for the stripes? Say yay on the white. Okay, people like it. Alright, yeah. I think it works. I was originally thinking I was going to go back in with like a contrast color after this. Who is this?
Comstar Knight donated a $1.99 super chat. B stripes go B B B B B B B Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z T.
Thank you so much for the generous donation. That's insane. B B B B B Z. What are we looking for? We're looking for this. Oh. Y'all are gonna love this one, I think. Boom. I bet it makes me type my password. It always does. One tap by. That damn fucker. Absolute asshole. Bum. Alright, let's find my new password. How many taps do you think it takes to type in the password? To do my one tap buy right here. Let's count them. Let's count them. How do I pull up passwords on the phone version? Password manager. Yeah, okay. Let's look up. Let's look that up. All right. We'll do that, and then we'll show this one. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20, 22. 22 taps to do a one tap buy there. I don't think that's one tap. No thanks. 23 taps. 23 taps to do a one tap buy.
Country Fried Minis donated a $2 super chat. Honeybee, 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 honeybee.
Honeybee. I do want to point out that the emojis from my phone's keyboard only took up one character each. That was 50. So I've got an hour to finish, 2 hours. You don't have to finish it all. It's okay, it happens to some men. And mine are definitely not going to be done. Honeybee, 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 honeybee. Oh, you know what this actually calls for? It calls for that. Thank you for that extra hour. Needs to get it to a point of photography. Yeah, because when's the dicks? The dicks are at 5. So I'll do the review at 4 my time. I saw some really good ones in there already. Y'all are crazy. Really knocking it out of the park. And hey, not only is not finishing okay, but like, if you need 2 weeks to work on it, like, that's fine.
Yeah. But you do work out.
Do I work out?
Give me 10.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Or gear, you say? Ba-da-da-da-da-da. So this is where the corrections come in as well. In fact, did we have any spillovers that needed correction on our Battlemaster? Thought there was something somewhere. Thought there was somewhere. Maybe not. I do see a spot where we got white on the black, though. It needs to be cleaned up. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Continuamos. Dun, 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 dun. You know what would do me some good right here? Damn old hook brush. I hate that I'm even like considering that. But well and truly would. How is that even possible there? There's a little bit of hook to the brush though, so I can use that to my advantage. Clean these little stripies up. If we get too far along, I will switch to just working on the Battle Master. White stripes. White stripes coming along. Looking decent. Run them up the side here. Now this one had a bunch of spillover. So we're gonna really try to clean that up right here. Trying to do like consistency to the stripes, make them approximately the same width. It's tough to do though. Steiner's Axeman is a hard study on making flat black look interesting. Yeah, and I think you know, I almost feel like you could get away with like let's see, if it was me doing it, I'd paint him solid black and then hit it with like a really, really dark green dry brush to kind of develop the edges, push it into more of a green territory instead of a gray one, because he's got those like kind of weird color yellowy things, patterns all over it, and yellow and black kind of creates a green look. when you're mixing pigments. And I think just like leaning into that and embracing it is probably a good way to make it look interesting. Something like that. Honestly, I probably should pick up the Somerset Strikers box set and paint them and scan them and sell them. Could make for some fun video content. Flat black is really easy, you paint it black. No, flat black is really hard, you can't shade it. You only touch it with sponges, no brush, no airbrush. You know, I know what you mean by that, but now I'm picturing you like trying to paint a mech while holding it with sponges. Like you've got like some foam, some army case foam that you're holding it with, and then you transfer it to your desk by using a kitchen sponge. Who did that, Popcat? Who did that, Popcat? I want a Popcat. I want a Popcat. I went with a bluish gray to contrast with the red weapons and the bright yellow. I bet it looks great. I saw a little preview shot of what you were working on. What time is it? 2:16. So I've got 2 hours to finish this mech myself. I should maybe abandon striping all these other guys for now. Something I can work on after stream. Let's at least get the challenge mech done. I don't think I can finish all of them in 2 hours. I don't know, maybe. All right. We'll keep plugging along on the whole set until it hits, I guess, 3 o'clock. And if I'm not like well into the metallics by then, I'll just switch to focusing the Battle Master. It's like the bases still need to be done and all that jazz. It's what happens when you do no work on the challenge mech until the day of. All right, just 2 more stripes on this boy. Well, 3 more. Gotta fill that one in. And now 2 more. I think we'll go with the the jet exhaust for the metallics on these. Just about done. I gotta admit, this Vallejo white is kind of really nice. You know, I used to say that Liquitex white ink is my favorite white paint. I don't think that's true anymore. I still love Liquitex white ink, don't get me wrong. This is a really good white. What do we thin it down? It's 2-to-1 paint to water, and it's flowing really nicely. It's covering really nicely. It's not chalky looking. Vallejo white's really good. You could super glue it to your spongy appendix and sweep that across your wet palette. I don't know about all that. That sounds a little sus. Alright, Wolverine. Let's clean up that line. Let's come across the front here. Make sure you get a little bit of white on the cockpit. All right, top of the arms. Fucking killer bees, man. I'm glad I didn't try to record these. This is a bit of a mess. All right, and then we're going to cut across here. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can, Comstar. I don't share your confidence. So honestly, I think they need to be highlighted. And it's going to eat a ton of time. But we shall see. We shall see. Just hit me, this song has tongue clicking in it. Click, clock. Click, clock. That's mouth sounds. Who's this? Yeah, I had a feeling it was Ingrid Witt. I don't see the honey release orifices. They're on the backs. They're just not where you'd expect them to be. They tend to be high up in the shoulders. It's, you know, you kind of want to keep the honey undisturbed until it overflows, and then it hits the overflow valves up in the back of the shoulders. This is true for humans as well, you know. Once you have the, you know, the late stage butt jets, yes. Also, Nathan, I don't know if you saw, but I'm sitting here deliberating about it. It was way back. Hold on. There was a super chat that says colon bees are the size of mechs. This is canon. Do we accept canonicity added during a paint stream? As the executive producer, I kind of need you to weigh in on that. There's some pretty heavy implications if we accept canon change during paint streams. No, I think it's got to be on a Tuesday. It's part of the shill. Okay. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Shill? Do you mean grift? You can always add to the lore anytime, and its canonicity will be addressed democratically. I don't know. I think if we adjust canonicity during paint streams, it's the burden of like paying attention for participants in TTRPG Tuesdays grows like exponentially. TTRPG Tuesday participants cannot be expected to have to pay attention to paint streams. I think it's an unfair burden. Or do we establish a paint stream canon? You said before that it wouldn't count unless you were really into the idea. Oh, interesting. Okay. Thank you, Remembrancer. Fuck, 2:27. Time is burning on these. I'm not even like working slow either. White stripe. Dude, it is remarkable, like, how much more bee-like these look with that little white stripe. It's really reminiscent of that, what was that bee we were looking at? The cellophane bees? They have that kind of look. They got like big black body segments with white hairs sticking out in between the plates. Almost there. We got one more to stripe up white. Put your ideas in the goon jug. No, dude. I don't have a goon jug. I have a 3D print rinse jug. Do we create a goon jar? Do we just create a goon jar right now?
Yeah. Would you do workout?
I do.
Okay,
Give me 10.
I do work out, and I'm gonna grab a jar for putting ideas into. Yeah.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
This will be the goon jar. Ideas in the goon jar, you say. All right, first off, let's get this. Let's clean this lid. Clean this lid with a little acetone first. All right. Give it a good rinse down. All right. And it's going to say, let's get rid of the sticker too. Let's get rid of that. This one will say, all right, it'll say idea, like that, with a cross through it. And it'll say, goon jar. Okay, so when they happen live on stream, get one that make your house smell like dogfish ass. Dogfish ass. Okay. So now we do colon B's the size of Mechs. There we go. Also, dog, fish, ass. Like that. Okay, here we go. That goes in there. These are going in the goon jar. What are we doing with the goon jar? Who the fuck knows? But they're going in the goon jar. What the fuck was in this? I think 3D prints were in this. Alright. Colon B's the size of Mechs. Dog fish ass. The fishy smelling glands around a dog's butthole. You mean their anal glands? You know those have to be expressed every now and then. Alright, goon jar. That's a thing now. It's gonna live right there. That's going in the goon jar.
Another Nate donated a $2 super chat. Bees are the size of a mech. IWM Cicada spec.
Bees are the size of a mech. Iron Wind Metals Cicada spec. How do I interpret this, Nate? I need you to clarify it. Is this, are we saying that Bees the size of a mech now goes in the goon jar 2 times to increase the likelihood of it being drawn? Only this one is Iron Wind Metal Cicada. Or am I putting this exact text? Canon because I ran out of letters and forgot to take out the spaces. Yes, sir, if they aren't expressing them, you gotta up their fiber so their poops are hard enough to evacuate them. Oh. Bees. Now, I don't think we can set a precedent of, I don't think we get to go in the goon jar and remove things and edit them. So this will be a second entrant. Okay. All right. Yep. Here we go. Wait. Oh. An Iron Wind Metal Cicada. Yes, okay. Bees are the size of an Iron Wind Metals Cicada. Like kind of like this biggish. A little bit bigger than that. You're clarifying Mr. Mental's canon. Well, you see, the thing is, I don't think anything that goes into the goon jar comes out of the goon jar until it's being used in a project. So I think this goes in the goon jar. Also, I think anything that goes in the goon jar is canon. Goon jar. Yeah, they're about the size of a bee. So, depending on what gets drawn out of there, yeah. Now, it is interesting to note, I think your suggestion here really touches on the monkey's paw nature of like the super chats in Tabletop Tuesday, and this is a good food for thought for any future dungeon masters who run a game on there. So you're basically reinforcing that. All right, let's hypothetically assume that Mr. Mental shared bees are the size of mechs in Tabletop Tuesday. That was made canon there in the proper channels. You could interpret that to say mechs like this big. Be the size of a mech. That was a unseen Ostrock, by the way. You guys didn't recognize that chassis. Showrunner should have agency. Yes, I agree. Yeah. And I encourage any DMs to really get creative with it, because you can't deny people. You can't just nut people. When chat has spoken and paid to speak, you can't nut it. Not without $2 yourself, or some kind of method, like with Mr. Mental's actually tokens. Alright, we're nearing the end of the white stripes here. There are a few spots that we need to go back and like correct on a few mechs. So we're gonna have to deal with that soon. Monkey's paw allows for that. Yeah, exactly. It makes a lot of sense. It would probably fit in there, but it'd be probably uncomfortable to insert. The honey bum would cause natural disasters if it was like the size of a battle mech? Also, I'm going to put this in there myself. You've just unlocked something else. Honey bums. Honey bums. Honey bums. Like, dude, imagine like homeless folks who have succumbed fully to like the hive, and they're subsisting off their butt honey, like their own butt honey. Actually, cannons were dank. They should be cannon. Yeah. Yeah, the actually tokens was really good. That was really, really good. It was a really good way to save characters. And, you know, knowing that something like that could exist for only a, you know, a small monetary contribution, I think that encourages dungeon masters to play even more lethal. Oh, and speaking of honey bums, my favorite bum is outside my window right now. You're never gonna guess who he's yelling for. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Alright, just about done with the white stripes. Just about done. Two more lines, 4 more lines. He's yelling for Popcat? Yes. How much money a bee the size of a battle mech would make? It's a lot of... That's... Yeah. Now, I thought one of these mechs had like some spillover. Is it this guy? Yeah, that right there. All right. I think we're going to go with a dark metallic now as the next step. You know what? It just hit me too. I didn't record those last push-ups, and I ain't about to get... We need an accurate count. Okay, white stripes are done. So we're gonna dip into metallics now. And I think we're gonna go for a really dark one. This here jet exhaust. I'll say honey bums can make a fortune on the black market. Put that cannon in the goon jar. How am I going to interpret that, Mr. Mental? That's going to be black market bum honey. Like that. Black market bum honey. Here's a great super chat, timeable by players without going, wait a minute, I'm still typing. Yeah, I think that unfortunately the latency is just a nature of the beast, and part of why it's so hard to do redeem rerolls. Black market bum honey. Goon jar. This will get opened up for something at some point. Alright. Okay, so I'm going to switch to our dry palette. I'm going to start applying some metallics. Maybe with this here 2 brush. $247. I think we're running out of time. So let's start with just the Battle Master for sure. I'm gonna come in and we're just gonna attack Ross. He yells until he gets a response, even if it takes 12 hours. All right. We're just gonna do a solid metallic coat over all kinds of stuff, over weapon ports, over vents, over joints. Just get in there and coat it down. This guy's got to be done for the challenge. Got to be done. Try to get the top here. Now I am noticing that this stuff doesn't cover quite as well over yellow. Like the yellow still wants to peek through it a little bit. Who knows, maybe he's yelling at himself because he was Ross and forgot over years of drug use, so now he yells at his old apartment. I know it's not the case, but it's the headcanon. We have gotten a little insight into what's going on. Having that conversation with the door worker who used to work in the building he lived in. But this is what you know for sure, that she don't love you anymore. A very sassy song here. Alright, so I think we're gonna do this whole thing back here. I think we're gonna leave these these two little bits sticking over on top of it like clamps of some sort. So we'll cut this thing off right there. Same here. Push that metallic all the way up to the black. Get down in the crevices. Okay. Now, I think most of our metallics now are going to require a tighter brush. So let's go back to our 3.0 that we're using. Tell me where to put the logo on Steiner's Axeman. Can't find a good picture of the location. That's a really good question. Battletech cartoon Axeman. I don't think the toy had the Oh, here you go, Mr. Mental. It's on his penis. It's on his penis right there. All right. I want this whole round bit right here, metallic. No, honestly, this jet exhaust might be a little too dark. So I think it's going to need a little highlighting. And actually at this point, it's 3 o'clock and we're not into, like, well into the metallics. So I'm going to pivot and just work on the Battlemaster now. I'd like to have this done for the challenge. Meet the quota, you know? Because I'm realizing this, I believe I'm gonna have to highlight this metallic to make it work. And honestly, I think all the black needs to be mildly highlighted a little bit with some dark gray. So we're gonna have to dive into that in earnest. 1 hour. 1 hour, folks, if you're still working on your challenge mechs. Gonna go review those in 1 hour's time. Maybe a little over, an hour and 15 minutes-ish. Panel line splitting its crotch in half too. You could always just pick a different spot. Damn, that's tiny. That's funny. Because penis. Small pee-pee joke. Insert small pee-pee joke here. Alright, we're gonna fully coat these laser ports. Same here. Right across the top of them. Trying my best not to flood the surface too much, because this stuff does like to run. It's got a very similar consistency to, like, to speed paint. So it's super easy to lose control and get it everywhere. Alright, so now I'm going to do the machine gun ports here. Alright, it's got a bunch of, like, little grab handles all over the surface that I think should go metallic as well. We'll hit all those. Ball joints. These are definitely going silver. Okay. Show you where I insert my small pee-pee joke. Ah, yes. That's a that in itself is a pee-pee joke. It's like multiple layers in that one. Alright, same deal back here. We want to push that silver up into the crevices. And this is why we've switched to the small brush, so we can thread the needle in between stuff. Alright, we got a couple lasers on the back that need to get a little love. Those. Sam. Very nice. Let's do these elbow joints. So I think like kind of this whole thing right here. Yeah. There's like a cylinder, like a really flat cylinder connected with a linkage to a second flat cylinder. It's really reminiscent of a high-grade Gundam joint, actually. Again, this is Locust Labs Battlemaster. If you don't have one already, consider picking one up. Either pick up the STL on My Mini Factory or consider buying one from me over on eBay. Okay, so we'll do this linkage. It goes into this like whole thingamabob here. Weehaw? No weehaw, nuh-uh. I don't think that's accurate. No way. Alright, we got more. We got more grab handles here. I have to assume these parts are for like connecting cranes and pulleys and shit for mech assembly. Not just pointless surface greebling, no. There's definitely in-world, in-universe logic behind it. Okay. Let's get the ones on the insides of the legs. Okay. Got some more on the arm here. Do that one. We got some on the by the head right here. One right there and one right there. This one here. Alright. I think that's all our little grab handles. Let's get the inside of this elbow silvered up. Yep, that looks good. Vents on the back are done. I kind of want this little thing right here to also be a vent. So let's fill that in. And we got two more little grab handles here. So So let's get some color on them. Around the other side. All right. These guys need a little bit of Nuln oil, NULN oil. Pink Vortex is such a great song to swing your balls to. I'd have to take your word for it, and because I haven't given it a go myself. All right, so we need just a little bit of Nuln oil. We're going to switch back to our number 2. We're going to come in, we're going to start attacking all the metallics that we just did. Just with a fairly heavy wash of the NULN oil. We'll try to remember the order we did things. What is that?
Iron Elemental donated a $6.06 super chat. Wooey, you better give me a glowing review on this Willy Fist Mr. Minis.
You better give me a glowing review. Are you bribing the judge? I think that's a crime, actually. I think that's a crime, mister. I mean, you're probably going to get a glowing review, regardless. If it was a competition, I might DQ you for trying to bribe the judge. Dirty tactics there. Thank you for the generous donation, my guy. I pretend to be aghast at that, because actually, in all actuality, you could definitely bribe me. That's no crime. This is clan honor on the line. Well, clan tech is just cheating, don't you know? I'm excited to see what comes of this stuff. Y'all have been working hard. I saw one of the other submissions earlier. As I was starting to get into the stream, and it made me very excited. So I'm looking forward to it. Reminder to anybody who wants to get involved, the challenge this week is going to be something different. We're going to be doing floral mechs as proposed by Mr. Miles. There is another stipulation. You can either do a floral mech or a in remembrance mech, honoring some loved one. Both are valid entrants. I see I left out some metallic work here. Look at these joints. Get these ball joints nice and metally. I think while we wait on them to dry, we can come in and start working on the highlights for the black too. And in fact, I like your idea, Mr. Mental. We're gonna go with like a blue-gray. So I think what we're gonna do, maybe we're gonna revitalize this black contrast paint right there. See if we can bring it back to life. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna put a little bit of like We're gonna put a drop of Imperial Blue in it. Bribing the judge is allowed as long as it's done in public. Yeah, I think that's true. We're gonna do a drop of Imperial Blue, and we're gonna do a drop of German Gray. We're gonna do 2 drops of water, I think. Give this a stir. I think it's too bright. There wasn't enough black left. Okay, so we'll put a drop of Vallejo black into it too. Also, big howdy and shout out to folks in chat. How elated I am to see folks turning out. I was a little worried it was going to be a dead day. And I hope this is mildly entertaining for y'all. Oh, there's no L in pubic. I didn't misspell that. Okay, so it's okay to bribe the judge as long as it's done in pubic. I can't refute this. All right. So we're going to switch back to the 3.0 liner. And we're going to start going around our mech. And we're just going to trace a fat outline over all our panels. I don't really care about it being super clean because this color is so close to the black that it just like it'll blend in if it's a little too chunky. But we're just gonna go around all the panels as quickly as possible. Fast, fast, fast is the key here. Bum, bum, ba-na-na-na. Just nice, thick edge highlights. We may lighten it up and come back for a second pass, depending on how time treats us. But now we're laying the foundations for, this is like a subtle highlight and also a foundational layer for future edge highlighting. Like if we choose not to do another highlight, this will just be like really subtle and keep it very black. Ba-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na. Bam, boom, bam. Alright, that's one leg. Let's come up the other leg, do the same thing. Use the side of your brush where you can. I hope I'm in frame. You determine what that entails, however. Entails? Is that like a butt thing? Like those stainless steel butt plugs that have like a tail sticking out of them. Is that how you entail? You bribe the judge by tempting them with a really high quality foxtail. I don't know how effective that would be, to be honest. I guess it depends on the judge, right? Ow. Coming up the leg now. Nice subtle. Right. And like this doesn't have to be super clean because we're gonna weather it afterwards as well. So like it's almost like big rough highlights are better in some regards. In that, well, they're quicker to do, and they're still going to show up after the sponge shipping. The tail thing, I was 40 seconds behind. Yes, guess because I didn't have my tail plug installed. See, I like the idea of a tail plug, but then you remember that it goes in the butthole, and like, I don't think, like, how long could that be comfortable? Could you do an entire like day at a convention with your tail plug installed? I don't know. I think that's pretty miserable. I also keep thinking about that staged video where the girl is like strutting forward with her tail plug installed and the guy runs up and yanks it out. Yeah, I guess if you use the right plug, that makes sense. Like, what's the deal with those plugs? Like, they have a flared base so you don't lose them, but they're a shape that like kind of auto wants to burrow in deeper on its own, so you don't have to like use any muscular action to keep it in there. Also, how about Country Fried Mini's branded tail plugs that are just in the channel colors? I unironically want that in my web store now. Who would I go? How do I get that manufactured? How much would it cost? Do I have to do a run of like 1,000 of them? Can I make them myself, I guess, is the question. Would it be cheaper to get the plugs manufactured and then apply the fake fur myself? Make them in-house? This song was in the Goblin video. Beehive dropship win. It's not a bad idea. Always a surprise when I walk in on some butt stuff. That's what she said. No, we're just, you know, I unironically think that would be a fun product. And I think it would sell at least a few, whether for actual use or for gag gifts. I think it's a worthwhile product, and I should definitely get that in the web store. So two things I think that are like missing in the CFM merch page is black, orange, and yellow tail plugs, and I need a cutting mat. I need custom cutting mats. I was watching Maniac's latest video last night, and his cutting mat is really nice. I'd like to get one made with the CFM logo, and then like maybe orange lines for the markings. If any of y'all know about where you get these things manufactured, definitely let me know. I guess I could just Google it. Beehive drop ship. I'm trying to think how I'd do that. I think I could just paint like the exterior of a beehive on the drop ship, and that would work. Alright, so I'm just about done with this first pass of gray. And I think we're gonna do a second pass. Do I have time? 3:20? Fuck, I'm running out of time. Yeah, I do think we need a second pass though. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I know a guy. Finally get service, find out CFM is now selling booty toys, yes. The logistics of wearing a butt plug in public for long periods, yeah, exactly. I don't know, I think it unironically would be something fun to have and sell. Would I wear one? Probably not. There's a non-zero chance, but probably not. The effect would be wasted because, well, I wear shorts. And you know, honestly, I think a tail plug, it's kind of lost unless you have like cheeks showing a little bit. It works with a short skirt. Because even if you're wearing like a kilt, like I feel like that's kind of lost. It's a lot of material. Now you could lift your kilt and show people your tail. That could be kind of funny. Alright, so we're doing a second pass here of our... We just added another drop of German gray into our gray mix. And what we're doing is we're doing 30% of what we just did, highlight-wise. Just here and there. Kind of just looking at the model and being like, oh, that spot needs a little brighter. Like that's a sharp corner, that one's a little there, here and there, just a touch. We're just enhancing that highlight we just did. So like right here, bam, bam, that's it. 3 little streaks. These things on the front of the knees, or the shins, I mean. Bam, 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 bam. I don't care about them being super clean. We'll hit some on the toe. Hit some right here on the boobies. A little bit here, a little bit there. Not much. Bam, bam. The thing is, we want this to look highlighted, but we also want it to continue looking black. And one of the issues I find with trying to highlight black is you can very easily make it gray just by highlighting it too much. And I think we're kind of already there a little bit here. So I'm trying to minimize these highlights a bit. Alright, come across the back corners. There, bam, bam, bam. I think that's pretty much good. Let's put a little on this arm. So a little bit right there. Bam, bam, bam. That's enough. I think it's looking decent. Could we stand to have some yellow highlights? Yeah, I think so. Could add a tall window to regular pants. You have to push that merch. Yeah, definitely a mini skirt accessory. Yeah, I agree. We're gonna go with some yellow, some lin yellow. And we're gonna go about a 1.5 to 1 ratio here, paint to water. We want it thin, but we also want really good coverage. We're gonna kind of do the same thing we just did, but be very sparing. I don't really want to change the character of our yellow too much, if that makes any sense. I just want a little bit here and there. A bold stroke on sharp edges. It's kind of the downside with this Imperial Fist yellow. It's like, it's a really good yellow. And I like kind of what it does on its own. So I find it really hard to put a good highlight on it that's like, doesn't detract from what you're doing. So we're just gonna take the sharpest edges, the most important points. Like here, we'll put some on the knuckles, but like the upwards facing portions of the knuckles. And then a little bit here on the chin. Yep. Do a little across the top of the arms. Zip, zap, zap, that's it. Same on the other side. Do a zip, zap, and a zap. Let's put a little on the back, so I think the top of the thighs deserve some. This sharp spot on the butt, for the thigh here as well. Have some coming down this bit, bam, bam. A little bit on the back of the legs. That's like, that's good. I don't think we need much more than that. Maybe right here. Now, how about that other arm? Same spot, right on the side of the elbow. Bow, bow. Underneath. Zip. Okay, so we're gonna get back out our dry palette, and we're gonna take our jet exhaust from earlier. We're gonna put one drop out, and then we're gonna grab our duraluminum. 327. Fuck, I'm running out of time. Make sure I didn't get any metallics on my hands. Alright, so we got like a 50-50 here of jet exhaust and duraluminum. Mix it really, really thoroughly. The shit's gonna separate really quick anyways. We're gonna come in, we're gonna give that same treatment. Really rough, quick passes. Bam, bam. Just highlight our leading edges of our weapon. Come in here, right here as well. On the sides. Bit here, bit there. You don't want to overdo it. Just enough to create some visual interest. A little bit on the vents. All right. We're going to hit the tops of our laser housings. Just right across them. Same here, the tops of the missile casings. Now, we come down here. We're going to hit the edges of our cylinders. Ow, ow. We'll hit the top edge of the circular plate. Same on this one. Bow, bow, bow. The top of our grab handles. Just a little bit. Try not to overdo it. Same on these rear-facing lasers right across the top of them. Bow, bow. And these elbows, get a little love too. Just a bit, a little here and there. I'm gonna hit these vents. So like the bottom of the panel. Boom, looking good. Starting to look like a mech. Now, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this duraluminum color, this half and half, and we're gonna thoroughly saturate all these barrels too, real quick. That'll matter in a moment. These are completely covered in metal. Metal color. See if we can't thread the needle here and get some on the backside without creating a problem. I'm half tempted to cut this mech off the base, to be honest. But it's fine. Get these barrels completely covered in metallic. It'll matter later. Okay, there we go. Okay, so a couple things. I think we need to do the bees logo now. We got a half hour to do this. Let's take a peek at what our logo looks like. Open image in new tab. Close that and that. All right, so here's our logo that we're going to be working with. I think the way we're going to do this is black. We'll go black, red, then the white over top, and then we'll just do 3 dots for the bees. Okay. So first we want some black. And we need to pick a spot for it. It's a good panel. We need to actually pick a panel that's kind of universal. Something that's universally available on all the mechs. I think it's going to be left breast. Yeah, we're going left breast. All right. So still with our 3.0 brush, we're going to take our... Well, I started to say we're going to take our unthinned paint, but I'm not about to use unthinned paint. I'm going to thin it out some. Yeah, we want a nice thin paint. Okay, so make sure to throw the model. It's really important to the process. All right, so it's kind of a fat shield in the middle. I'm gonna make it a little bigger too. I kind of want it to be really large on this guy compared to the others. So we're just gonna increase the size of that shield until it kind of does what we're asking it to. There we go. All right, so we got our shield outline. Take a little bit of Mephiston red, which is mostly already thinned. Since it's an air color, I'm not too worried about it. And we're gonna come in really carefully. And we're gonna cover pretty much this whole thing. We want to leave the finest little black line we can muster around the outside. That's about it. Okay. And actually, I'm going to take a little bit of that lemon yellow and mix in a whole bunch of red. I'm going to make a brighter yellowy reddy tone and try to like just go ahead and do a second pass here and brighten it up some on the top. Actually, I guess most of it. Okay. And now, is our white still usable? Our white is still mostly usable. So we're gonna grab our white. I'm gonna be very careful. We're gonna start putting in our divisions. So the white goes in the top corner. Nope. This white is not usable. It is doing that fun thing that white does. When you're working with a very small brush, the white tends to dry out before you touch it to the model. Okay, so we've thinned it out some. We're going to come in and we're going to be very careful. And we're going to start putting in our white. And I think I've already oversized this. Going to be really careful. So it's white in the corner and then a white stripe like that. Okay, and then a big red stripe and a small bit of white at the bottom. And we're going to reinforce our white one more time. Okay, give that just a second. So we're gonna clean this one up at the bottom too. There we go. So we got like the 3-stripe thing going on. And what we'll do is we're just gonna do simple dots for the bees. So we'll do a black dot, a black dot, and a black dot. Okay. Now we're going to grab our yellow and we're going to put that, we're going to dot the back end of our black dots. Dot, dot, dot. That's it. We're going to grab our red, we're going to come back in, we're going to reinforce the stripe between the yellow, or between the white and the red. Reinforce that and clean it up. Same over here. And that's our Killer Bees logo. Y'all probably can't see that at all. And then I actually want to do... I kind of really want to put a number on this guy. I don't think that our killer bees would have dozens of mechs. So we're going to go with single digits, I think. Maybe. Yeah, we'll do a single digit here. So what I want to do, we're going to come in with white first. We're going to make this guy number 8. So we're going to do the top circle. And we're going to do a bigger circle on the bottom in white first. There we go. Okay. Let that go for a second. I'm going to come back in with our Mephiston red, and we're going to do the same line but a little bit to the left of what we just did. Eight. I actually think that we didn't go far enough over. There's not enough white still showing, which sucks a little bit, but it is what it is. We could probably clean it up some though. I think we're gonna, with the white again, to the right of what we just laid down, make it a little bigger. Freehand is always a back and forth game. Okay, there we go. And then we also want it below the red and then to the inside of it. So there, we'll do it like that. Okay. We're going to come back in with our red again, and we're going to start cleaning up our red once more. Clean up that red, make it nice and solid. Yep. And we're going to take that same like red lemon yellow mix we made. Still a little bit wet. We're going to come in, we're going to put some of that lighter red on the top leading edge. Now, number 8. Put me back on top messages again. 3:42. Holy shit, we're out of time. All right, so before I do the sponge chipping, let's take some flat earth. Let's take some flat earth and start applying it to the base. I'm gonna take this old cruddy 4 round. I actually need to bring this back to life with acetone. Let's unlock them bristles. What color was in that? Looks like a gray. Okay, let's get some muddy brown on that base. Muddy brown on the base. We'll go back in with black for the tires too. Can we get in here without making too much of a mess? I'm gonna try. Maybe need to hit this from the back. Sometimes that can help with your reach. Alright, there we go. Now, that looks decent. Smush a little more brown in there. Get it up to the edge of this foot. Same here. Bow. That looks good. Beautiful. I almost dipped in my clean water just now. Okay, so now what we want is a good... I need a fresh piece of foam. So we're going to get out a fresh piece of foam. And we're going to get our texture palette. Take our texture palette, and I think we're going to go with... I think whole red is still fine. We'll still do whole red, but I want like a more grayish tone. I have like a dark gray up here somewhere. Let's go with... Let's throw a paint on the floor. That's a good one. All right, so we're gonna use dark gray and whole red this time instead of a black brown. Whole red and dark gray. And I don't want to thin these. I want them to like have their thick properties here. And it's going to make like a ruddy, reddish, grayish, steely tone that should look good on the yellow and the black. I've opted to pull the brown out of it. Because I think that I want a nice cool secondary tone to clash with the yellow more. Alright, so we'll take our sponge and we're going to rough up any of like sharp edges. Trying to avoid 90-degree segments. Okay. We're going to come in with this bit. I'm going to remove most of the color from it. We want it to start leaving, like that's way too much, right? So we're going to push a little bit more out until it's leaving like, that's still way too much on that edge. We want it to leave like this, kind of speckliness to it. So we're going to just start attacking our model. Here and there, boom, little bits. And we're going to make sure to hit those freehands. Remember, wear and tear doesn't magically ignore your regimental logos. Pow, pow. Let's hit that dick plate a little bit. Yep, cool. That and that. Bow, 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 bow. And let's weather the fist pretty good, actually. Like, pretty heavily. I like what's happening over the 8, so I'm going to hit it a few more times. I'm going to hit this a few times. Let's try to get some... I need like a really small piece of foam. So let's get one of these and try to get a little bit inside here, underneath that arm. There we go. Now, something I actually want to do while we have the sponge out I really want those barrels to be blue. Blue and rusty. So I'm going to take a little bit of our magic blue, and I'm going to make a smaller piece of sponge. This is good. Smaller piece of sponge, and we're going to heavy sponge. I'm going to sponge those barrels. We're going to be extremely careful to not hit the model with our blue. There we go. All right. That's most of our sponge chipping done. How much time do we have? We have 10 minutes. Well, like 25. Blue barrels might want to get that checked out. Oh, yes. Well, you just, you know, maybe don't deal with such a mech tease next time, you know? Okay, so we're done with the chipping. We're going to come back in with our black that we had earlier. We're going to start painting these tires. Bunch of tires on the base. Just packing in a whole bunch of black down there. It's okay if it spills over, whatever. Just going to get in there, tack the black on the base, because we're going to hit that stuff in with gray and then like a dusty color anyways. All right, there we go. All right, so we do not still have metallic. We're going to put out another drop of duraluminum. We're going to go back to our tiny little sharp brush, and anywhere our chips have like large areas, anywhere we can accurately like apply a little bit of metallic, we're gonna hit those real quick and enhance our chips with a second layer. It's like it's through the oxide primer into raw metal. Wow, a little bit right here too. And here. And then, I don't know if we need any more. A little bit right here, maybe. Now, a little bit right there. Boom. I think that looks decent. Not a bunch of chipping on the top. That looks good. Okay. Now, we want all the weapons are to get painted black. Just fully coat any of those weapon ports. I think, can we carefully black out the machine gun port? Yes, we can. The ones on the back. Don't forget those. All right, now this whole cockpit area is also getting painted black. So we need to be really, really careful to not spill this too much. Trying to do this on a like rushed time frame too. Alright, so that's the front panel, and we want the middle panel, and we want to butt that all the way up to the white. I'm going to come across the back too, and we're going to butt that all the way to that black gray. Fill all of that in. This is really important because it's going to be the foundational layer for our blue cockpit glass, and it's going to be all the forced shadows between the canopy and the canopy support struts. Now, okay. Fucking A, we're out of time. Alright, so medium lasers are now green in this world. That looks really good, super striking color scheme. Heck yeah. This is for the challenge mech for this week. You got 10 minutes. Yep, you got 10 minutes. This is accurate. Gonna have some mechs starting soon as well. Here, let me take just a second and show that these things are in hand, Mr. Zach P. Got the, this is coming up real soon. Double lance and a premium Black Knight. They've been sitting ready to go. I'll be in touch real soon about the extension and timeline. But they are a priority project right after the egg boys for this month.
And a double helping of gravy.
Double helping of gravy. All right. 5 minutes. Can I do this in 5 minutes? No. No is the answer to that.
Oh, jeez.
All right, so we're gonna come in with our green, and we're gonna paint the lower.
The cream, yeah, the cream of the crop, and there is no one that does it better.
The lower third of all these medium lasers. I'm definitely going 10 minutes over.
We're talking about the
straight up.
T is for terrible. H is for hell. U is
Take
for
a little bit of our
ugly,
lemon
and G is
yellow
for jail, 'cause I thought
and our
can't
green.
spell.
And we're gonna make a lighter green highlight color. Okay. And we're gonna hit those lasers one more time. Which a much smaller bit in the bottom right corner. Boom, boom. Come across here. And then we're going to take some white and we're going to hit the top left corner with the tiniest dot that we can muster on all of them. Bing, bam, bam, boom. So those all look like lasers now. Okay. Now we're going to start in with our blue shenanigans. So we're going to put out some magic blue. We're going to put out some sunrise blue. We got our black already. We're going to start by putting blue into our PPC. Fill that with blue. Okay. And now we're going to start with our we want a black blue. So we're going to take some black and some magic blue. And we're going to start painting on our cockpit glass with a black blue. I'm trying to rush, but I'm also trying to not screw up too bad, you know? Okay. And this is most important to get it to the like kind of upper left area. You don't have to get perfect coverage because you're going to cover a lot of it again, but it is good to just paint the whole thing. That way, if you miss any spots of color, it's still just nice and shadowy. Okay. Like I see a little yellow peeking through on both of these. Let's cover those over. All right, so we got our black blue down. Boom, booyaka chow. All right, we're gonna take a big old dollop of our magic blue and we're gonna work that in. Just a tiny bit black. I need to bring it back down just a bit. All right, so we're gonna come back in and we're gonna cover most of it. Cover most of that again. Damn. I probably should thin this a little bit, but I can't be asked about it right now. All right, so we're going to start that to the bottom right of each of the panels. Make sure it's most concentrated down there. And then we're going to feather it up into the last color. Boom. Good enough. I'm going to do the same thing with magic blue, just straight up. Apply it to the bottom right. Empty the brush, moisten the brush, feather it up into the last color. Same here. Some magic blue, put it full strength, bring it up and up into the left, moisten the brush, empty the brush, feather it out. Same here, same deal, one more. And back panel, empty the brush, moisten it, feather it out. Okay, now we'll take our magic blue and a little bit of the sunrise blue and we'll mix them together. We're gonna do that same process. Mostly unload the brush, start at the bottom right, moisten the brush, feather it up into that next color. Same here. Boom, we still have enough paint on it to get away with this. Moisten it out, feather. Now, same back here. A little bit there. Deepen the color on all these actually. There we go. Get it nice and deep. Feather it out. And yes, I'm licking my brush to do this. It's not too different from doing spit shade and tattoo art. Feather it into the color. Okay. We're gonna mix in even more of our sunrise blue. Not straight yet. I have to drop work call, catch the recap. Yeah. It would be a dick move to redeem exercise right now? Yeah, you're welcome to do so. Alright, so we're taking the same deal, mostly empty brush, we're feathering it, pulling it out. Same deal here. I'm gonna apply some full strength first.
Timberwolf? Nah, man, that's clan tech. That's just cheating. I don't want to lose my friends, man.
Why's my phone going off? Hey, what do you know? It's yet another spam call. Alright, so these all get feathered. I'm already late by a few minutes, but I told you I'd be 10 minutes late. Alright, so this is getting feathered out. Alright, now we're going to take our straight sunrise blue. We're going to put that in that same corner. Same corner. Kind of full strength at the bottom. And we're going to feather it with a moistened, mostly empty brush. it even more. Very loose feathering. Okay, now we're gonna take our sunrise blue and we're gonna mix a little bit of white into it and get a super bright, like stupidly bright ice blue. And we're gonna same corner like that. Do one more pass of feathered color. Mostly empty brush, very moistened down. Pull it out, push it into the next color. It's like, what, 5 layers here? We're gonna take even more white and mix it in until we have like a blue white. And we're gonna come in and we're gonna paint a little, just a little sliver at the bottom. Boom. Little sliver. Little sliver. Little sliver. I'm going to mix one more pass of white into it. I'm going to put it in the middle of the crescent, but even smaller. Zip. And then there. And now we're going to take solid white. We're going to do our specular highlight up in that corner. Like that. Alright, what do we need to finish now? I need another pass of this brown down here. Bam. Let's hit that. Make sure to drop the model in the white paint and ruin it. Super important. Completely ruin all your work. I am licking the model, yes. I'm hoping the salivary action will help dissolve that paint that just hit it. God damn it. Directly in the fucking white paint. Let's try to fix that. Right there. Fixed. Okay. How much time? I got like 4 minutes and then I really need to get over to the computer to start the thing. Okay, so we're gonna take this, we're gonna take a little bit of yellow, we're gonna take a little bit of white, we're gonna make a lighter color out of our flat earth. And we're gonna just start stippling the brown areas. Pow. Yeah, all of that. Get it good and mixed and dirty. It is an afterthought after all. The base will probably get a little more love. We're gonna make it even brighter bit, and we're gonna attack some of it now like that. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we're there. We'll take some black. 1 drop of clean water into that black. Mix it up. All right, reviews are coming in like 2 minutes. We're gonna black the rim. Base still needs like an ink wash. Unfortunately, not enough time. These guys are also going to get enamel washed before they go onto the eBay store. So a lot more work, actually. More work yet, but if you guys want these, make sure to keep an eye out on the eBay store and send an offer. I will approve the discount. Most likely, I will approve the discount. If it's way undervalued, then probably not. But I could be convinced for it. For some reason, my cat is just sitting in the bathtub screaming. Cat wants a bath. You should oblige that kitty cat. Can I get that in there? Yep. Boom. Okay. Picture time for this, and then I'm off to do the thing. So, get the camera set up. Try to get this a little better. Camera. The white balance is like, doesn't know what to do. Coming from this side now. Pow. All right. Off to the computer. This one. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. It is time. I need to mute my playback. All right, here we go. Desktop. Let's do our. I need my cat paw first. Let's get this going. Yes, fleshy cat paw. Okay. First off, big thanks to everybody for coming through and hanging out and checking out what's going on. Let's do some reviews. All right, first off, we have Mr. Comstar Knight, who's been challenged to a Black Knight or similar mech in the livery of Stone's Lament. And then let's open link. Is that how we do it? Yeah. Yes. Yes. And then we're going to open link, and then we're going to open link. Comstar Knight with Stone's Lament. I'm not muted. All right, excellent. Excellent. Let's pull back up the chat so we can see what's going on. All right, Mr. Comstar, let's see what you have going on here. You've gone with a really, really bold and bright OSL lighting. So Stone's Lament is black with the bones on it. Let's see the other angles. Yeah. What's going on here? Okay. Let's see the back. Yeah, absolute Fantastic work. Really fun OSL. Your OSL is really killing it, man. It's super bright. This thing looks insanely bright. I like the blue in through the green into the yellow. I think it's a really nice touch. Where does this have lacking? Where does it need growth? What do I see? I see, is this maybe a patchy prime job here? I think is what we're seeing. So like the prime job's a little patchy. I think I would have gone with another pass of like hand painted black first. In fact, I think what you could have done to improve this is maybe boost the gray dry brush you've done. I don't know if it's a dry brush or directly applied, but like getting those crevices a little darker and then the gray highlights a little lighter. I definitely get that the OSL is the star of the show here. And I think this is a really good example of like how OSL can really hide a lot of your crimes. So like you've got these sections here where there's like, you know, a little bit of a lighter color in some of the crevices, and hell, even your typical catalyst mold lines are still there. But this super bright, like multi-layered OSL is really compensating for it, and I really dig that. What do y'all think? Do you think you hit the challenge? Stone's Lament. Here's their official color scheme. Open image and new tab. I don't know. I think I know which one I'd rather have. And it's this one. Yeah, really, really fun. I could see you doing like a darker, like ruddier kind of brownish tone first. I think that would have added to the effect. But he's fun, really ghostly, absolute fantastic work. 10 out of 10. Artistic liberties, yeah, exactly. No, it's fantastic. I think it works really well. What would I want to see? Just tighter control. Challenge nailed balls deep. I agree. I think just tighter work on your bones and like getting darker in the crevices, and this would be perfect. It's almost perfect as it is. Beautiful work, Mr. Calmstar. Thank you for being a sport and playing our game. Who's next? Where was the post? Okay, I see. Let's pull up. Oh, Mr. Nate did a gooder picky. Open link. Mr. Nate was challenged to a thug in the colors of Tracy Smothers. So the inspiration was this outfit, the silver and gold, the really bright shininess. And Mr. Nate opted to go for an attempt at OSL. First off, I want to point out that I'm really happy that you went for the gold after all. I know there was some talk about wanting to just do it in silver, but that little bit of two-tone thing you got going on, I think really sells the this tonal separation thing really well. Where do I think you could grow here for your OSL? I think that maybe more pushing. To be fair, the gold looked identical to the silver on my phone. Oh, no shit. I really like what you did with the red. The pop of color is super nice. The PPCs are rendered correctly. What could you do for growth here? I think that pushing your highlights to the edges and like fully filling out the panels maybe. So like if your panels were like fully filled to the edge, you have an opportunity to do like a really, really sharp highlight on the edge of them. That's not enough. Let's do right here. Bam. So all these panels that are like fully the blue, they could have gotten like a really sharp highlight on the edges, and I think that'd look really good. I definitely see where you're going for like the horizon separation. So it's really nice. It's a fantastic attempt at OSL, Mr. Nate. I think your light dark on this arm in particular is reversed right here. Like I think you'd want the blue coming from that corner. Although, you know, it's a crook arm. I think you're going for more realism then. Yeah, that makes sense. What else would have done growth? I think doing the all of this here on the gold in a brown tone would have really sold it as gold a little better. So just everywhere you got this black, if it was like if it was just like a brown tone going into the yellows, it'd look more like a gold. But yeah, that looks shiny to me. I think it's really fun. And you know, honestly, like, how do I make it look arm's length here? By shrinking it down, I guess. If you had that on the table across from you, that looks like a shiny mech. Absolutely fantastic work. I guess I'd like to have seen some speculars here and there. On the brightest panels, maybe. That would have pushed it a little further. It's actually hard to paint. It was so shiny. Yeah, it looks like you had a lot of fun with it. Excellent. I think you nailed it. You're actually making me think about how I would go about making silver just look silver. And a little less reflective. This looks like this is really reflective. Excellent shot. Fantastic, Mr. Nate. Also, hats off to you for doing progress shots. Hats off to you for sharing like every step of the way. Very fun. Thug is a good one for it too. The CGL or the PGI Thug here has some really nice panels for reflectivity. Who's next? We have Iron Elemental says, woo wee, finished the thing. Open link. Brant. This is Adam Steiner's open link. And we even got, oh my god, you did the it's on the dick plate. All right, this definitely looks like Adam Steiner's mech to me. Definitely shiny on such a complex collection of angles. NMM is stupid hard, but you made it work. I agree. I absolutely agree, Mr. Mental. Left the edges black on purpose for realisticness. I think the realisticness takes away a little bit from the effect. SMW logo on the Thug. That would be pretty good. Okay. What are we looking at here, Mr. Mental? This is a little glaring. That sucks to have gotten that little bit of green in there. Spelled wrong because he thugging. Yeah, exactly. I see that your cold gray kind of does the thing. Actually, you know what? This goes to show that I think I was wrong with the green. I like that you've gone with a yellow ochre color. Adam Steiner, Axeman, images. It is kind of a greeny, pale yellow. Yeah. The ochre's a nice touch. The lens jeweling's really good. What does this need? Jeweling on your lasers. I think you missed an opportunity to do some jeweling there. Maybe a further wash to deepen the missiles. The depth on the red looks really good. The initial layers of the yellow over the black looks very green. And I think that's a little off-putting. I think maybe these stripes could use like a sharper, cleaner edge. But this is clearly Steiner. Also, phooey, the tiny dick plate fist. Yeah, that's really fucking cool. That's 3 of the characters now, right? You've got, what, there's 2 more in the box? I just interpreted them as guns, didn't think a laser. That's fair, yeah. What is his armament? I'm pretty sure it's a large pulse laser and then 3 medium lasers. That's pretty sick work, man. A little dark on your metallics. They could have maybe used a second pass of the dry brush. I like your blend of dry brush plus like deliberate edge highlights too. Very fun. Also, hats off to you for staying up to the wee hours of the morning to work on this thing. All right, who's next? Mr. Nathan. Mr. Nathan was challenged to do open link. Open link. I love these spots that you've gone with. I see some gradients to your yellow work. All right, what was the challenge? Is actually the challenge was just yellow, right? Yellow, right? Did I never update it? Yellow champion. Yeah, that's it. Yellow. Yellow. I think that's yellow. I love this spot work though. The browns and the cream color. I gotta try that myself. This is fun. This is really fun. Typing in the wrong windy. This is really fun. The subtle stripes as well. That's very nice. I see multiple tones of yellow. The use of gold as well. Where does this need growth? Oh, that's fun. This very nice. Very nice. This is a fun paint scheme. The yellow spots don't really read too great, but I like that they're there. I made a drawing to make it yellow in the box. Oh. You mean this? You mean this drawing? This guy. Yeah, I see. This guy yellow. Yes. Once again, I really love this this black brown cockpit thing that's happening. I really need to try that myself. The reflected light with the specular. All right, where does this need growth? Where does this need growth? Panel lines, dark. Needs dark. Needs an oil wash. Needs an enamel wash. Needs that depth. The gold definitely needs something to make it work. Also, holy shit, you got this thing to print with an antenna. That's insane. I think it's there. I think it's just it needs a few more steps. These spots are really fun. I dig it, man. I could see painting up a whole lance of this. Is this a tan panel? Yeah, that's really fun, man. That's really, really fun. I think it's a pass. I think it's a pass. I think you did the challenge. What did you say? This is as far as I got. My goal was to get to a finish point, and I think this is good. I would normally do quite a bit more, but time has its limits. Yeah, that's fair. I think you've successfully made it through the challenge. Okay, so I challenged Mako to a Banshee in the colors of the 15th Arcturan Guard. Open image. That's fucking 15th Arcturan Guard. Immediately, I can see. I see immediately. White with tiger stripe shoulders. Do I see a bit of a gradient in your orange as well? Crispy and clean. This is really nice. The logo right there. Very nice touch. And I see you did the tiger peeking from the corners as well. The tiger peeking out of the grass. Do we have a better shot of the freehand? Not really. Very fun. Heck yeah. 15th Arcturan Guard. They're my original group. Let's see. Where does this need growth? You've got a little bit of a chalkiness to the white. So I think that is probably from paint consistency when you're applying it. Tan panel, I think you mean a tannel? No, that's silly. That's silly. The weapons are rendered, right? PPCs are blues, medium lasers are greens, small laser on the head in red, SRM6s in red. Very, very bold doing the full cockpit glass on the Banshee. I dig that. Yeah, I think your white needs a little something. Maybe in a smoother application, or like you could darken the whole thing down. Definitely need to find a better alternative to Corax white. Corax white. What is Corax white? It's kind of like no, you know, if you're working with the Corax white, you could probably even take that color. You could probably get away with an extra layer of like white. I don't know. It's pretty close to white. Yeah, I maybe would have come down a little bit darker. But I cheat on white, tell you the truth. I cheat when I do white. I just use speed paint. It is a very challenging color. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. I feel like there's something missing, like a buffer zone between the dark panels and the light color. You need somewhere you can do a highlight in white. Fantastic work, though. Absolutely awesome. I also want to note that something I really appreciate that you've done here is, in that you've eschewed basing, you've painted Or at least ensure that your base is nice and stark black. Dark panels, I think you mean Danels? No. No, someone fire this man. Fire this man out of a cannon into the sun. I love your the sketchy nature, the up and down on the tiger stripes. This is maybe a little too busy, but I do like the up and down. Give him a job. He has a job. In fact, his job is in the way of participating. Yeah, fantastic work. I think you nailed it. And just to remind people, 15th Arcturian guards do look like this. I mean, I'm not going to say that's bad, but I just think that maybe this is a little bit better. Here, what do y'all think? Who wins? Who wins here? I think it's this one. That's kind of eh. I think that one wins. Yep. Fantastic work. I hope you scanned that one in, Mr. Mako. These are the same picture. All right. Okay, so let's critique my work. All right. What do we need here? What do y'all see immediately? I know what I see immediately. Okay, first off, it's killer bees. Killer bees. Killer bees camo specs. So here is the inspiration. Killer bees. Killer bees. Killer bees. Yep, killer bees. Alright. What do we see here, chat? What do we see? Roast me. Tell me how I'm going to grow. I'll be setting aside some time to scanning my models. Fuck yeah, dude. What do we see here, chat? Could use some sharper contrast between the cockpit glass and the frame. Like in the shadows here? Like maybe an ink wash through there. I also see this was not clean application. This should have black all the way up to it right there. Yeah. Yellow wants shading. Yellow does want shading. Yellow wants shading bad. We need some browns. We need some oranges in there. Right here, there. This is basically flattened down to nothing. Right here. Right? Need some like in here. Some of that. Right? Secondary tone for the yellow would hit really hard. Yep, I think so. I agree. Needs contrast. In fact, looking at it now, especially where the chipping hit, you can see a little bit of the lemon yellow there, but it's like it's mostly destroyed. Oh, I fixed those bases? I don't know what bases you're talking about. It just needs its grime. Yeah, this does need grime. This is intent to get a wash as well. Gives him a double chin effect, what you drew on? Fuck yeah, it does. You know what I realized too? I didn't do the PPC. I forgot. Yeah, I see cleaner brushwork. There's some inconsistencies in these stripes. Catching the recap. Yeah. Yours was the first one, Mr. Comstar, so you don't have too far back to go. You want to catch it. Yeah, I think this is a good starting point. Definitely needs contrast. And that seems to be consistently the thing. It needs contrast, more contrast. More contrast, cleaner brushwork. Maybe even the black should have been like a dark gray with a ink wash. Some highlights. Highlights would have done it too. We'll see where this goes with the enamel wash. Okay, so I think that does conclude our recap of the challenge and the weekly paint up. So the there is a new challenge week. We had started with Miles had recommended a ad hoc paint challenge, which we're going to use as our official challenge this week. So instead of giving out, let's go back to what Mr. Nate has claimed here. Game has changed. Everyone who touches the pygmy hippo commits to painting a floral pattern ceramic mech. Let's see, lots of white and pastels up here. We're just picking the next guy's mech. So if any of you want in on the challenge, make sure you're signed up on the Discord. It can be any memorial. Let me post in here. Flowers, big wreck. So if you're gonna post this week, you're either painting ceramic flowers or a memorial to someone in your life. Let me open these. Here we go. So this style, this is what we're going for. Ceramic plates. Ceramic plate mix with floral patterning. I think it'll be fun. Looks like we can do like whites with like a bluish or yellowish type tint, and then we want pastel flowers. That'll be this week's thing. Lots of metallic edging. That's a really good point, Mr. Nate. Mine needs highlights on the black and the primer was running out. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, big thank you, everybody. Holy shit, I am so humbly thankful for all of y'all stopping through and checking this out. Once again, I was a little concerned at the beginning that we had a dead stream on top of having technical difficulties. So big thanks to everybody who stopped through. Big thanks to everybody who participated and painted this week. Really awesome. I also want to put a shout out to Dicks in the Dark. Dicks in the Dark are playing Up and Away again tonight. I'll toss it in the chat. So right after I conclude this stream, we'll be hanging out in Discord to do more hobby stuff and farting around and watching the Dicks do their thing. If you want to stop through and see any of that stuff. What a cock-eating grin. Yeah, that makes sense. And for that's all I got this week. We're going to be back probably Friday. We're going to start on some Eggy Boys. I got some Eggy Boys to paint up. So we're working on some boys for a video that's set to come out on the 20th. We're going to have a Easter egg video. It'll be really fun. Anyhow, that's all I got today. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to post my paint thumb. And I will catch y'all if you want to hang out in the Discord. If not, watch for stream either like Friday, Saturday, something like that soon. and new video soon. All right, y'all. That's all I got. I'm gonna find the button and I'm gonna press the how about this one?
Country Fried Minis donated a $2 super chat. Honeybee, 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 honeybee.